resort back home may be closed down. They're still getting snow out here. Can't beat that. We'll check back in with you in about 5 to 10 minutes before we get things underway for the girls' Ruggie division, boys Ruggie, girls Grommet, and women's youth. Don't think anyone's going to need any sunscreen today, but definitely make sure you're staying warm out there. Wiggle those toes, do a little stay warm dance if you need to. And if it gets dire, head on down to Jack's for a nice toasty beverage. Get your core temp up, and then come back up to the Halfpipe for a little more action here on day 4 of USASA National Free Ski Week. Was he the one who was too young to join? Because the same thing happened with Noah. One of the teams, but he's technically too All right, we got the lining crew coming through. C-Dot. Once we get these lines darkened, we will be just moments away from getting things underway with the girls' Ruggie division. Again, we're going to do girls rugby, boys rugby, girls grommet, and women's youth first runs. And then we're going to take them all back up to the top for run number 2. Once we get those second runs in the bag, that'll do it for all those competitors, but we will not be done at the half pipe. No, no, no. We've got more action this afternoon, courtesy of the boys grommet division, along with the men's master and the men's kahuna. So if I had to guess, I'd say that's probably about 2.5 hours away. I got a sneaking suspicion that these early morning runs, looks like we got 29 skiers, so 58 total runs. I'm thinking about 90 minutes, yeah. After that 90 minutes is up, or the 58 runs, whichever comes first, we'll shut the course down so the boys grommet, masters, and kahuna can get a little more practice time in. And then, believe it or not, folks, we will be wrapping up the competition here at the Halfpipe for the year of 2022. Not just ski week, not just the day. You blink and you'll miss it. Feels like I just got into Denver International just the other day. What a great 2 weeks it's been. Wonderful competition out here in the Halfpipe. I've been here for both weeks, along with doling out awards, and I'll tell you what, one of the best things I've been able to see lately is seeing some of these athletes come up on stage with smiles bigger than a jackal, just excited about getting those medals around the neck. Great way to validate all the hard work they've put in during the winter. And then also out here at Nationals competing against the nation's best in their divisions. We got a head coach Dan up in the booth cracking some jokes about the weather. Dan, a local, lives a hop, skip, and a jump down the road. Looking forward to some of the actual spring weather up here at Copper Mountain. Sorry, Summit County. Let me clarify. All right, I'll give y'all a quick sneak peek into some of the skiers you're going to see drop in the girls' Rugby division. The first 3 drops are going to come courtesy of bib 1203, Cosima Felton from the South Tahoe Series. Bib 1109, Samantha Sammy Nick from the Big Mountain West Series. And bib 1148, Bo Woodring from the Rocky Mountain Series. Those are going to be the first 3 drops in the girls' Rugby division. I will give a special shout-out to Sammy Nick, a dual sport athlete out here at Nationals. Participated in every event, both snowboard week and ski week. Currently has a medal count of 4, and we'll see if Sammy can get up on the podium again for a 5th before we wrap things up at Nationals. Not the only dual sport athlete at today's event. No, we also have Blaine Fielding from the Big Mountain West Series. Competes in both skiing and snowboarding events for USASA and at Nationals. And I'm sure that we got a couple other in the mix, especially with some of the younger divisions. Haven't quite specialized as much as some of the older kids. So they're playing a little bit in Column A and a little bit in Column B. Hopefully those are some lifelong pursuits I will say the factionalism sometimes in snow sports can be a little arduous. So it's nice to see some of the younger kids say, hey, you know what? On Monday I want to ski. On Tuesday I want to snowboard. And on Wednesday, I want to do whatever the heck I want to do. All right, again, just a few moments away. We're waiting for the all clear from the top before we get things underway for the girls' Rugby division. Sounds like we're getting the call from the top. So we'll get things rolling with Cosima Felton from the South Tahoe Series. Bib 1203 is going to be first to go. There's 6 girls in the Rugby division today, 9 boys in the Rugby division. So we'll work through those runs pretty quickly. Sounds like Cosima's on course, and here we go for the first run on day 4, USASA Nationals. Only 8 years old as a Ruggie will be jumping up into the Grommet division next year for Cosima. Nice run so far in run number 1. We had an action-packed day out here yesterday with the Open. We had a lot of snow falling, but luckily the conditions are a little better for some of the young ones today. Even the big shots were having trouble with speed yesterday. It looks like Cosima's not having any trouble with speed right now. She is smoothly transitioning from one wall to the other with good edge control. And getting to ski off the ground on the right side wall. That'll do it for Cosima Felton out of the Southern Tahoe Series. All right, next up, regular Bo Jackson in the snow sports world, 1109, Sammy Nick out of the Big Mountain West Series. Sammy, also 8 years old in the Rugby division, will level up to the Grommet division next year. Sammy will be dropping in next. We got a short pause as we get some of the scores tabulated here. Again, if you want to see them live, you can hit up liveheats.com/USASA or open the USASA team app and click on live scoring. While you got the team app open, don't forget to hit event photos or visit usasa.smugmug.com for all of the photos that are getting snapped all week long here. And we got a rider on course, skier on course. This is Sammy Nick in run number 1 for the girls' Rugby division. Sammy starting things off with a 3-pack of airs. Again, we saw Sammy in the Halfpipe last week on the snowboard. Here she is on skis and got good airs on the walls and a fly out at the end of the pipe. That's Sammy Nick out of the Big Mountain West Series. Next to drop will be bib 1148, Bo Woodring from the Rocky Mountain Series. Looks like we have no East Coasters in the girls' Rugby division today. That's all right. We'll see some more of them a little later on. Sounds like judges are ready for Bo Woodring to drop in on run 1 in the Rugby division. And here comes Bo. Popping out of the fog there on the lip of the pipe for a good left air up at the lip of the pipe. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2 for Bo Woodring. Woodring family and noted competitors in USASA, and you can see why. There's an alley-oop right 180 into an alley-oop left 180. I want to give I'll give a shout-out to old WW in a minute. Right now the focus is on Bo. There's a nice left 360 for Bo. Coming in, switch on the opposite wall for a switch right 360. Back-to-back 3 combos in the Rugby division. All right, let's make some noise for Bo Woodring. I said I would do it. I'll give a quick shout-out to Walker, member of the Woodring family, who's had a great season competing in a lot of the open events. Next to drop will be bib 1229, Luna Wernicki, out of the Southwest Freeride Series. Sounds like Luna's ready to go. Don't mind us in the, oh, here we go. Luna on course for run number 1. Luna carving for some speed on the first 2 hits, making her way through this gigantic 22-foot pipe. This thing is like quadruple overhead for Luna and for a lot of the younger competitors in this morning events. Nice air on the left side wall for Luna. And a pump back to Fakey on the following wall. Doing a little switch skiing in the half pipe today. Pulling for some speed in the flats while the crowd goes wild. There's a right side air. Let's make some more noise for Luna Wernicke. All right, we're on to the 5th drop in the girls' rugby division. I'll give you all a sneak peek. Current leaderboard is Bo in first, Sammy in second, and Cosima in third. Next to drop will be bib 1121, Hannah Harris from the Southern California Series. Hannah is the only 7-year-old in this rugby division. Rugby division defined as 7 to 8 years old. So we may see a return of Hannah Harris in next year's rugby division with a new class. All right, I see Hannah Harris on course. There's a left air on hit number 1 and dipping into the shade on 2. 3-pack of airs to kick things off and climbing up on the wall of the 22. Hope y'all brought your low light lenses today. Hannah Harris is off to a great start in this first run. Solid airs through the top half of the course and keeping it going on the looker's left wall. She's flying right now through the pipe. My goodness, let's make some noise for Hannah Harris. All right, and the last drop for the girls' rugby division is going to be courtesy of bib 1119, Bryn Miller out of the Mount Hood Series. Bryn skiing with the Mount Hood Meadows Freeride team. Bib 1119 dropping in next and last for the girls' rugby division before we throw it over to the boys' rugby division. All right, here comes Bryn dropping in for run number 1. Oh, switch drop. Dropping in switch on the first hit. Switch pump back to regular for Bryn on the first hit of the first run. We got an air on the left wall and carving up the right wall. Nice left air from Bryn on hit number 4. Back-to-back airs on 4 and 5. There's alley-oop right 180 on 6 for Bryn. And a nice right air on 7. Bryn getting a lot of hits in the pipe right now. There's a pump to switch. And a switch pump back to regular. Popping a good air on the looker's left wall. And keeping it going on the opposite wall. Lots of speed towards the end. That'll do it for Bryn Miller out of the Mount Hood Series. All right, you'll be able to check out the scores on liveheats.com/USASA. We're going to throw it over to the boys' rugby division next. First to drop in boys rugby is going to be bib 1239, Oliver Wynn out of the Rocky Mountain Series once we get this slip through the pipe. All right, thank you to the slip crew for coming through before the boys rugby crack this thing open. We're looking for 1239 Oliver Wynn to drop first. Never mind, 1239 DNS. Next up will be bib 1140 Andrew Thested. Rocky Mountain Series skier, 8 years old, 1140. Andrew will be dropping next. And here he goes. Andrew knew it was going to get a little blustery today, so he wore that high-vis outfit. Looking good in the pipe right now. Started things off with a mute grab on the right wall, air on the left wall. Grabbing on the right wall as well. Andrew's off to a good run. Got good amplitude going high up on the walls. Winding up towards the bottom of the run. There's a beautiful left 360 for Andrew. And an alley-oop switch left 180. Switch air to regular. Make some noise for Andrew out of the Rocky Mountain Series. Next to drop will be bib 1183, Jace Christensen out of the Unbound Series. Jace bib 1183 dropping next out of the now 8 skiers that we have lined up for Boys Rugby Division. Here comes Mr. Christensen. Dropping in for run 1 in Boys Rugby. Jace getting things rolling with the pump on the right side wall for a little more speed. I called this out earlier in the week. Good left air on the second hit for Jace. For a lot of the younger competitors, getting a lot of momentum in the half pipe here at Copper can be a little arduous given the size of the flat. So you'll see them usually get more and more momentum as they take their run. And you can see it right now. Jace is going a little higher with each pump in this pipe. Good airs on the looker left wall and great edge control as he cruises in on the right side wall to pump for a little more speed in the 22 at Copper Mountain. Coming into the last few hits of run number 1 for Jace. There's a good pop on the left side wall. Let's make some noise. Jace Christensen. Oh, yeah. Next to drop from the Appalachian Series, bib 1235, Grayson Hooker. 1, 2, 3, 5. Grayson dropping next with Rowan Glennon on deck. I take it back. We've got Oliver Wynn. Oliver Wynn is back. We thought he was going to be getting pitted in the trees, but no. He's on course right now for run number 1. This is Oliver Wynn, 12:39 from the Rocky Mountain Series. Oliver starting things off with an alley-oop left 180, an alley-oop right 180 butter on hit number 2. He is pulling out of control up there, fighting for some speed as he works his way through the top 4 hits of this pipe. Back-to-back airs after, let's make it a 3-pack after the alley-oop butters. Shown good pop on both sides of the wall. One of the biggest things that the judges definitely take into criteria is going to be the performance on each side of the wall. They want to see performance not favoring one side or the other. And right now, Oliver's favoring the crowd by putting together this great run. Good airs and good speed. He's getting way up there right now. And capping it off at the bottom of the left air. Make some noise. That's Oliver Wynn, bib 1239. All right, now that'll bring us back to bib 1235. Grayson Hooker out of the Appalachian Series. We still have Rowan Glennon on deck after Grayson. All right, it sounds like Grayson's ready to go. And here he comes on the looker's right of the pipe for the first run in the boys' Rugby division. Grayson getting things kicked off with a pump on the first hit, speeding into hit number 2. As the wind picks up a little tiny bit, I don't think it's going to be affecting this run too much right now. Grayson showing great control of his skis and edges as he works his way through the top half of run number 1. Again, for a lot of the folks in the gallery here, if you've never been through the halfpipe today, maybe head up on the slopes after this and see if you can manage to do what Grayson's putting on right now. Nice air on the right side wall. And that'll do it. That is Grayson Hooker out of the Appalachian Series. All right, next to drop will be about 11:54. Rowan Glennon out of the Southern Vermont Series. We finally got an East Coaster in the building after Grayson. We got a pack of East Coasters. Grayson, Rowan, and then we got another Appalachian Series skier up next, but Rowan Glennon will be dropping next. 11:54 from Southern Vermont. All right, here comes Rowan for run number 1. Rowan with a great drop. Look at all the speed. Big air on the right side wall for Rowan on the first hit. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2. Great start. 4 great airs to kick off the first run for Rowan Glennon here in the boys' Rugby division. He is pumping through the pipe right now. Again, I want to remind everyone the Ruggies are 7- and 8-year-olds out here at Nationals. There's a left 360 from Rowan. And a switch left 3, reverting around. Rowan Glennon, ladies and gentlemen, from the Southern Vermont Series. Great run with a lot of good airs and some good rotations at the bottom. Next to drop is going to be bib 1206, Jackson Cassell from the Appalachian Series. After Jackson, we got 3 more drops in the boys' Rugby division before we throw it over to the girls' Grommet division. 10 girls' Grommets lined up for today's event. But we're going to work our way through the Ruggies first. And it looks like Jackson is ready to rip. Here we go. Jackson on course. Jackson getting things rolling on the first run with a pair of airs on hits 1 and 2. Good pop on 3. And then pumping for some speed on the 4th hit as he cruises his way over to the looker right side of the pipe. Again, coming out of the Appalachian Series, I'm not even sure where the closest 22-foot pipe in the Appalachian Series would be. Might have to travel out to Copper Mountain. Who knows? I'll tell you this, no stranger to doing a great job in the 22-foot pipe. This is Jackson Cassell wrapping up run number 1. Great job, Jackson. All right, next to drop, I mentioned it before, a dual sport athlete here at Nationals, participating in both weeks. 1736, Blaine Fielding from the Big Mountain West Series. Blaine, one of our younger Ruggies here at 7 years old. And one of the last 3 drops in the boy Rugby division. We're good. All right, we are keeping our peepers peeled for Blaine as we get some of those scores plugged in. Looks like the top 3 for boy Rugby is Andrew, Rowan, and Oliver currently. All right, Blaine's on course out here at Ski Week after a great snowboard week. Man, he's flying. Holy moly. Blaine threw a ski on top of the deck there and then lost some equipment on the re-entry. We will have patrol swing down and check on Blaine. We got someone cruising down right now. comment? I wouldn't be surprised. He's definitely up there. That's one of those shitty re-entries too. Like, well, he landed and then like skipped, and those are the ones where like you twist the knee or something. It could be nasty. The trade-off for better tricks in ski league. Seven, yeah. Really? One of those kind?
Yeah. Yeah, right now it's a 15.
Today's not the day, guys. You gonna get a sled or?
I feel like if it was more serious, there'd be more control, right?
The sled would be down there.
Yeah.
That's the thing is like, yo, I'm falling in from the lip of the 22 as an adult.
Yeah.
It fucking sucks. Now imagine if you were 4'10".
It's 7.
Yeah. The what?
One order on the team app, the USASA team app.
There you go. I love when I play. right, as you can see, we are getting Blaine taken care of, courtesy of the Copper Mountain Ski Patrol here. Thank you very much to the Ski Patrol for helping us out when we need it. Hopefully that'll be few and far between, but we appreciate y'all being here and taking care of us when we do go down. So let's all take a deep breath. And we're going to get back to the action of the boys rugby division. Next to drop will be bib 1133, Massimo Singer out of the Unbound Series. 2 more drops in the boys rugby division, and then we're going to get over to the girls grommet division. But Massimo Singer will be dropping next, 1133. And Massimo is off, skating into the lookers right of the pipe for the first run. Big drop, huge down transition, and a big air on the left side wall for Massimo on hit number 1. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2 in this first run in the boys rugby division for Massimo. String of 4 airs through the first 4 hits as he winds up on hit 5 for a left 540. There you go. That'll breathe a little excitement into the room. Alley-oop left 180 from Massimo into alley-oop right 180. So we had a left 5 and 2 alley-oop 180s. He ain't done yet. There's an alley-oop left 360. Oh, nuts. Ski is taking off on him. That was a great, great run. Don't forget, we're going to give all the competitors 2 runs so we get Massimo back up for a second run in just a little bit, because he was off to a great start there in the top half. That ski is just playing keep away on him. All right, we'll get him clicked back in, and folks in the gallery, yeah, let's make some noise. He ain't done yet. No. He's like, check this out. Little equipment failure, no biggie. I got 2 360s for you. That's Massimo Singer out of the Unbound Series. Last to drop for the boys rugby division is going to be bib 1129, Lucas Galan from the Mount Hood Series. So we're finishing both the girls rugby and the boys rugby with the Mount Hood Series skier. And here we go. Lucas is on course. All right, Lucas getting things started off with an air on the right side wall. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2. And alley-oop left 180 on hit number 3 for Lucas. Good air on the left wall as we got someone taking some soul turns down there on the left side of the pipe. Air on the right side wall for Lucas. Alley-oop right 180. Great rotation. And another good air, catching it real high on the transition. That's Lucas Gallen. All right, that'll do it for the first runs for the boys rugby division. Next up is going to be the girls grommet division. 10 skiers lined up. First to drop is going to be 1143. Naomi Lyman out of the Rocky Mountain Series. I will let you know while we wait for Naomi. Current top 3 for boys rugby looks like Andrew in first, Rowan in second, and Lucas in third. That's the current leaderboard in the boys rugby division. We'll get second runs in a bit, but in the meantime, girls grommets are up. All right, here comes Naomi for run number 1. Naomi taking a big drop on the 22 at Copper Mountain for run number 1. Air on the right side wall. Airs on 1 and 2 for Naomi, so you generate some momentum for the rest of the run. Picking up a little speed on the third air into the fourth, just past the halfway mark of the pipe into alley-oop left 180 for Naomi. Popping a great air on the left side wall to follow up the alley-oop rotation into a right side 360. Shushing around back to regular, that's Naomi Lyman. Next to drop, bib 1151 from the Central Oregon Series, skiing with NBSEF, Rowan Smith. 1151 next to drop in the girls grommet division. All right, we're getting some scores squared away in the booth here. We will be ready in a moment for Rowan Smith to roll in. On deck, we have Laney Steen from the Rocky Mountain Series. All right, here comes Rowan Smith, hopping and bopping on the looker's left of the pipe. And in. Rowan starting things off with the air on the right side wall. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2 for Rowan. Alley-oop left 180 on hit number 3. So a pair of airs into an alley-oop left 1, into an alley-oop right 180. And there's an alley-oop left 360 for Rowan. Coming in switch on the opposite wall for a switch air to regular. And gaining speed into that right wall for alley-oop left 180. Make some noise for Rowan Smith. Next to drop, skiing with Team Summit in the Rocky Mountain Series, we've got bib 1157, Laney Steen. After Laney, we'll have Ellie Grommet from the Grayman. Thank you. From the Big Mountain West Series. In the meantime, 1157, Laney Steen next to drop. And here we go. Laney pulling in on looker's left. Laney with good speed and a good air right at the lip of the pipe on the first hit. Alley right side 180, catching high on the transition and pumping down for more speed into the next hit, which is a right side 360. Laney off to a great start here. Alley-oop switch 3 into alley-oop left 180. And an air on the left side wall, pulling for some speed in the flats for a right 540. That's Laney Steen out of the Rocky Mountain Series. Great run. Lots of rotations, good airs, good amplitude. Next to drop is going to be bib 1240, Ellie Grayman out of the Big Mountain West Series. On deck is Kate Agnew, 1165. We got the sun out here at Copper Mountain. Hopefully y'all are getting a little warmed up by those radiant rays. A little redundant, but hopefully you're getting warm in the gallery. All right, sounds like Ellie is ready to drop. We're going to keep our peepers peeled on the pipe for Ellie to come through. Here we go. Run number 1 has begun. Ellie starting off the first run with the air on the right side wall. Picking a good line across the flat to climb a little higher on air number 2. Three pack of airs on the first 3 and keeping it going through 4 for Ellie. Showing great control and good composure here. Climbing up the big walls of the 22-foot half pipe. There's a right side 360 for Ellie and coming in switch. For switch pump back to regular. Make some noise for Ellie Grayman. All right, next to drop in the girls' Grommet division will be a bib 1165, Kate Agnew from the Southern California Series. Kate's first year as a Grommet at 9 years old. On deck, we'll have Julia Magnuson from Big Mountain West. But first things first, we're going to have Kate cruise through for run number 1. Sounds like Kate is ready at the top. Pulling in on looker's right. Here we go. Kate starting off run number 1 in the girls' Grommet division with the air on the left side wall. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2 for Kate. Kate again coming from the Southern California series all the way up here to the beautiful Rocky Mountains for USASA Nationals and bringing some good airs with her here in run number 1. I mentioned before, solid consistency on both sides of the pipe, not favoring one or the other. And that's definitely something the judges are going to like to see. Kate capping it off with a left air at the bottom. That's Kate Agnew. Next to drop, bib 1168, Julia Magnuson out of the Big Mountain West series, supported by Mom and Pops. On deck to drop, we have bib 1731, Issa Loge. Oh, we got a media blitz down here at the bottom. Someone puts a big fisheye in your face, makes some noise, hoot and holler. For all the folks back home, let's hoot and holler for Julia rolling in right now, 11.68 for run number 1. Julia, big air right about maybe a foot under the lip of the pipe, which is, again, like triple overhead for some of these competitors. Nice air on the left side wall on hit number 3 into alley-oop left 180 on hit number 4 for Julia. Back-to-back alley-oops rotations in the pipe on 4 and 5, and a good air on 6. Julia's got a great run going here in run number 1. Back-to-back airs on the last 2 hits as she makes her way into the final few. There's a left 360. And a switch pump to regular Julia Magnuson. On to bib 1731, Issa Loge from the South Tahoe series. On deck to drop will be 1128, Ava DiMartino. But we're going to have Issa come through first. Current leaderboard right now in the girls' Grommet division looks like Lainey Steen in first, Rowan Smith in second, and Naomi Lyman in third, with about a 14-point differential between first and third. But we got a lot of skiing left in this division. We have 4 more drops plus second run. So leaderboard is nice, but really doesn't matter until the end of the contest. All right, sounds like 1731. Issa Loge is ready to roll. Dropping in on Looker's right of the pipe. Popping out of that snowy mist there for first air, right at the lip of the pipe. Good amplitude. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2 with a great grab incorporated onto the second hit. Miss Loge is cruising through the first half of the pipe. There's an alley-oop left 180 all the way up on the completely vertical part of the pipe. Back-to-back alley-oop rotations into a right 360. And then coming into the left wall for a switch pump back to regular. Make some noise for Issa Loge. All right, on to the last 3 drops of the girls' Grommet division. First run, bib 1128, Ava DiMartino from the Southern Vermont series. Supported by the Mount Snow Comp team, Ava will be dropping next, followed up by bib 1100, Kayla Freeberg. All right, looking like we got Issa jumping up into 4th position. We will be doing, actually, looks like a tie right now. We're going to get that squared away in just a moment. Once we get that underway, we'll have Ava DiMartino dropping in. All right, so we've got it locked in. Issa is currently in 4th position on liveheats.com/USASA. only out of podium position by about 1/4 of a point. We'll see if she can bump up in run number 2, but we've still got first drops for Ava, Kayla, and Stella. All right, here we go. Ava's on course, bib 11.28. Airing into the pipe on the first hit. And airing out, actually on hit number 1 is what I should say. Back-to-back airs flying way up high on the wall of 22. So big drop into the pipe and 3 airs into the 4th for Ava DiMartino on run number 1. Right side air on 5. Got good pop in these airs on both walls. And great edge control. She cruises across the flat to not lose any speed. There's alley-oop left 180 butter for Ava DiMartino. All right, next to drop in the girls' grommet division, bib 1100 even, Kayla Freeberg out of the Mount Hood Series. 1100. Kayla dropping in next, followed up by Stella Reitman. Looks like Kayla's ready, pulling in on Looker's left. Kayla getting run 1, started off with a right air on hit 1. Back-to-back on 1 and 2. Alley-oop left 180 on hit number 3 for Kayla. Again, coming from the Mount Hood Series right there in beautiful Oregon. Back-to-back alley-oop rotations into a right air to follow up the combo. Nice spin again at 3. Nice 360 just above the halfway point. Switch air back to regular for Kayla. And winding up for a left air. Good pop. Got the skis rotated the perfect amount and put them down to cruise into the opposite wall. Alley-oop right side 180. And a right side air to follow up the 1. Grabbing on the bottom air of the run, and that'll do it. Kayla Freeberg from the Mount Hood Series. Next to drop, bib 1124, Stella Reitman from the Unbound Series. 1124, Stella dropping in next. After Stella's run, we'll throw it over to the women's youth division for 4 drops before we bring it all the way back up to the top for run number 2. For boys and girls Ruggie, girls Grommet, and women's youth. All right, here is Stella Reitman pulling in for run 1 in girls Grommet division. Stella, 10-year-old here, will be the last year in the Grommet division before bumping up. And bumping up on the wall of the pipe on that first hit. Back-to-back on 1 and 2, again coming from the Unbound Series. No stranger to competing in great transition. There's a left 360 into a switch right 360. Back-to-back threes for Stella into a left air. Again, great pipes out in the Unbound Series for these skiers to throw down in. And there's a right 360 for Stella. We'll call it good on run number 1. Make some noise for Stella and the rest of the girl Grommet division. We're moving on to the women's youth division next. The first to drop is going to be bib 1162, Lena Santana from the Central Oregon Series. On deck to drop is going to be bib 1238, Aurora Tay out of the Mount Hood Series. So back-to-back Oregonians. dropping in for the women's youth. And then we have back-to-back Rocky Mountain Series skiers. So this will be a face-off between Colorado and Oregon for the women's youth ski division here on Day 4 USASA Nationals. All right, I want to give a preemptive congratulations to all the competitors in the women's youth division. We just had a DNS, so y'all are on the podium. We're just going to figure out how it's going to shake out for the gold, silver, and bronze. Lena starting things off with an air on the left wall into an alley-oop left 180 on hit number 2. Miss Santana, again, coming from the Central Oregon Series, back-to-back alley-oop rotations into a right side 360. Switch pump back to regular and pulling for some speed in the flats for alley-oop left 180 for Lena Santana. Winding up for a left 360. Ooh, but taking it down to the hip in the flats. All right, let's make some noise for Lena Santana. We'll get you back up for another run. Next to drop, bib 1238, Rora Tay out of the Mount Hood Series. Another 15-year-old competitor in the women's youth division today. Rora, bib 1238, is going to be next to drop, and then Kenna Keenan dropping last in the women's youth division. All right, looks like Rora rolling in on Looker's left. All right, getting things started with the air on the right side wall for Rora. Back-to-back on 1 and 2 coming out of the Mount Hood Series. Alley-oop left 180 on hit number 3 for Rora. An air on the left side wall on hit 4. Big trip out to Colorado for nationals this week. And really put on a show here for the folks in the gallery in the first run. Good airs and good grabs for Rora. Alley-oop right side 180 on the Looker's left wall. And popping an air on the right side wall. Make some noise for Rora Tay. Next to drop and last to drop for the women's youth division and for the first runs in this morning's division. Bib 1173, Kenna Keenan out of the Rocky Mountain Series. Supported by Coalition Skis 1173. Kenna dropping in next. All right, here comes Kenna. Kenna with a great drop. Oh, baby, biggest air of the day. Had a solid 4 or 5 feet out of the pipe and boosting out on the Looker's left wall, too. Ooh, that was a three set of airs, but taking it to the hip on the re-entry on the third hit. No stress. We got one more run. And we got some more skiing in this run. There's a left 360 and a switch left alley-oop 180. Switch back to regular. Make some noise for Kenna Keenan. All right, that's going to bring us back to the top of the list for the morning. The girls' Rugby division is back up for run number 2. I will give you all a sneak peek. The current of the current podium. Looks like Bo in 1, Sammy in 2, and Hannah in 3 with about a 20-point differential. You're going to need to beat a 68 1/4 to break into podium position, and you're going to need to beat an 88 1/2 to get into the gold position. First to drop for the girls' Rugby division is going to be bib 1203, Cosima Felton out of the South Tahoe Series. Currently sitting just right outside of the podium. in fourth place. All right, sounds like Cosima's ready to roll on run number 2. And we're off. Dropping in on the looker's right side of the pipe. Starting off the second run with a pump for speed on the looker's left wall. Catching air on hit number 2. And pumping on hit number 3 for Cosima. Again, coming from the South Tahoe series. Coming out to represent the South Tahoe in nationals, and man, she is flying right now, cruising through the pipe with ease, climbing way high on the walls, and had some good airs in there. That's Cosima Felton. All right, next to drop is going to be Sammy Nick, bib 1109 from the Big Mountain West series. Supported by BC Goggle Company, Baker Street Snow, Arctics, and Demon United. I mentioned this earlier in the day, but Sammy currently stacked up with 4 medals between Snowboard and Ski Week. And we'll see if she can maintain a second-place finish or improve on run number 1. Currently in silver position with a 75 even. Here's Sammy on run number 2. Sammy starting things off with the air on the left wall. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2. Sammy's also cruising through this pipe pretty quick. Great airs and getting high up on the wall. Coming down for what could be the last hit. There's an alley-oop left 180 for Sammy Nick. All right, next drop will be 1148, Bo Woodring from the Rocky Mountain Series. Bo currently sitting in first with a pretty healthy gap, about an 8-point gap between first and second right now. Let me take that back. About an 11-point gap between first and second. Bo currently sitting with an 88.5 after run number 1 from the Rocky Mountain Series. Sounds like Bo's ready to go. And here we are on run 2 for Bo Woodring. Rolling into the pipe. Bo starting things off with the air up at the lip of the 22 on hit 1. And a great air on hit number 2 for Bo into alley-oop right side 180 on hit number 3. Winding up on hit number 4 for alley-oop left side 180, so back-to-back alley-oop rotations for Bo. Air on the looker's left wall, following up the rotations. And we'll make that a pair of airs for Bo. Big spin on the left 360 and coming in switch for a switch air back to regular. Air on the left and getting in front of this lens on the right for a 360. So we saw 2 threes and 2 alley-oop rotations for Bo Woodring. We'll see in just a moment if that's going to improve on the 88.5 that was logged in run number 1. In the meantime, next to drop will be bib 1229, Luna Wernicki out of the Southwest Freeride Series. All right, we have 3 drops left, including Luna for the girls' Ruggie division before we wrap up the day of competition for them here at the Halfpipe. Luna is dropping in right now. Look at the right side of the pipe. If you're down in the gallery or watching at home on YouTube, Instagram, or Facebook. Luna pulling for some speed into the first hit. Back-to-back hops on 1 and 2, keeping it moving on 3. Again, coming from the Southwest Freeride Series. We saw a ton of Southwest Freeride Series folks here for Snowboard Week and a good contingency during Ski Week as well. Lots of those Great riders and skiers out of the New Mexico region. Good airs for Luna on run number 2. She's making her way into the final few hits with the credentials flapping in the breeze right behind her. There's a pump to switch. All right, let's make some noise for Luna Wernicki. Next to drop in the girls' Rugby division will be Hannah Harris, bib 1121 from the Southern California series. Hannah's currently sitting in third. Needs to add about 9.5 points to chase down Sammy Nick in silver medal position. Hannah Harris next to drop here at the Halfpipe for Day 4 USASA Nationals. And here we go. Hannah Harris is on course. Popping out of the mist up there on that looker's right side of the wall. That's been pretty consistently happening all week long. Speaking of consistent, we got some consistently great airs for Hannah in the first few hits of this pipe run. This is Hannah's second run in the girls' Rugby division. Climbing way up on the right side wall on that last hit for Hannah. Coming down to the last hit of the run. And a pump back to switch for Hannah Harris. Let's make some noise for Hannah Harris, folks. Again, currently in third. We'll see if that helps improve on that standing. Last drop is going to be bib. Last drop for the girls' Rugby division. We got plenty more drops in store at the Halfpipe today. Bib 1119, Bryn Miller out of the Mount Hood series, skiing with the Meadows Freeride team. All right, we've got everything tabulated down here in the booth. We're going to look for Bryn Miller to close out the girls' Rugby division. And here comes Bryn. All eyes on the pipe. Uh-oh. Switch drop on the first hit for Bryn Miller. Opting to dance to the beat of a different drum. That switch pump back to regular, showing some technicality in the beginning of the run for Bryn. Air on the left side wall into a back-to-back air on 1 and 2. I guess technically 3 and 4. Good rotation on Looker's left wall and a good pop on the right wall as Bryn makes her way through the top half of run 2. There's a regular pump to switch and a switch pump back to regular just about halfway through the pipe. Air on the left side wall for Bryn. Alley-oop left side 180 butter on the following wall. Good pops on the last 2 airs, and there's a little shush around in the flat to switch. Bryn finishing off run 2 with the air on the right side wall and a pump to fakie on the left side wall. That's 11-19, Bryn Miller. All right, next up, we're going to get in the boys' Rugby division. First to drop, 12:39, Oliver Wynn out of the Rocky Mountain Series. We had a bit of a delay in run number 1 for Oliver. We'll make sure that he's up at the top of the funnel, getting ready to roll in on 2. All right, we've got Oliver locked in at the top for the second run. We've got 9 boys in the Rugby division. And we're off. Alley-oop left 180 for Oliver on the first hit, and alley-oop right side 180 butter on hit number 2. Good pop on the right side wall on hit 3. And back-to-back airs with grabs on 3 and 4. I will give y'all a great update on the leaderboard, but right now we're watching Oliver tear this thing up. Good pop on both sides of the pipe, and using the full body to pump for a little speed in the flat there. He's got to get low and then get big as he comes up the wall and kind of unweights a little bit to cruise up as high as possible for the judges. Nice air on the left side wall. And a right side air to cap things off. That's Oliver Wynn. Oliver was sitting in fourth. We'll see if that improves on run number 1. Current top 3 is Andrew, Rowan, and Lucas. Next to drop will be none other than Andrew, bib 1140. Thested from the Rocky Mountain Series, 1140, dropping in next. Currently sitting in first position with an 82.5. Oliver did improve on run number 1, but not enough to jump into the top 3. So he is sitting firmly in fourth right now. We'll get our first place skier to drop next, Andrew. And we're off on run number 2 for Andrew. Big air on the first wall. As the wind kicks up here, he's like, watch me kick it up. 3 airs in a row above the lip of the pipe for Andrew. And let's make it a 4-pack. Why not? Great airs and great grabs. Oh, into a left 360. And there's a switch alley-oop left 180 at the bottom of the run for Andrew. Make some noise. All right, next to drop will be bib 1183, Jace Christensen out of the Unbound Series. Good news, Andrew. You improved on your first run score. You're now sitting in first with an 85.25, bumping up that score by about 3 points. Here comes Jace dropping in for run number 2. Jace popping an air on the first hit and carving for speed on hit number 2. Good air on hit 3 for Jace. And another pump on the right side wall on 4. Nice run for Jace in the top half of the pipe. Showing great control, good speed. And using those legs to pop up on each wall as he makes his way through run number 2. Jade's coming down to the last few hits, getting in front of that lens on the right side of the wall. Good air on the left wall, and that'll do it. Let's make some noise for Jace Christensen. Next to drop is going to be bib 1235, Grayson Hooker out of the Appalachian Series. It's Grayson's first year as a Ruggie. He'll have one more season to be able to compete in this age group before getting bumped up to the Grommet, I believe. Yep, confirmed.
49 to a 62.
Grayson dropping in next, 12:35, and then we've got Rowan Glennon on deck. But in the meantime, here comes Grayson for the second run. Grayson with a good drop. Pumping for speed on that first wall and getting way up on wall number 2. Cruising back and forth. Keeping those skis nice and flat-based for a little extra speed as he goes through the flats. That's one of the biggest aspects of a successful pipe run is managing that speed, not going too fast, not going too slow. Had great speed, but got a little bobbled on the skis. That's Grayson on run number 2. We'll stick with the first one. We'll scrub this second one, and we want to send a big congratulations to Grayson for coming through, qualifying for nationals, and making it way out. Next to drop is our current second-place leader, Bib 1154, Rowan Glennon out of the Southern Vermont Series, another 7-year-old in the boys rugby division. Rowan Glennon dropping next. 4 more drops after Rowan. Rowan is currently trailing Andrew by about 6.5 points. So we'll see if he can crank it up on run number 2. Here he comes, Rowan Glennon from the Southern Vermont Series. Great drop, good speed, and a great air on the first wall. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2 for Rowan. Shifty of the skis on hit 3. Got up there and really kind of like tweaked out the ankles to show a little style for the judges as he makes his way through run number 2. Great airs in this run for Rowan. And there's a left 360. Revert around to regular. Make some noise. Rowan Smith, Central Oregon Series NBSCF skier, taking run number 2. Next to drop, it's going to be bib 1157, Laney Steen from the Rocky Mountain Series, skiing with Team Summit. They got a tent down in the Vendor Village. You could swing by and say hi to them. Bib 1157 dropping in next.
1206.
I'm sorry, I'm getting so far ahead of myself. Laney Steen is not dropping next. Jackson Cassell is dropping next. My bad. Jackson Cassell out of the Appalachian Series, 12-06, dropping in next. Currently sitting in 5th. Oh, and we're on course. Here we go. Big air on the right side wall for Jackson in run 2. Well, we see a couple different styles in some of the age divisions. We got some athletes that are going to wait until the very top of the wall to pop, and then some pop a little lower and catch high and attempt to gain some more speed as they down transition back into the pipe. Jackson's looking great right now with all of his speed management in this second run. Good left side air and coming in front of the lens at the bottom for a right side air. That'll do it for Jackson Cassell. Next to drop will be Bibbs. Well, actually, I will double check this. Hold on.
There's no way plane's going. Yeah, right?
All right, I'm assuming the next drop is going to be bib 1133, Massimo Singer out of the Unbound Series. We're going to double check that. We're going to double check that with the judges and the drop order at the top. All right, we are looking for 1133, Massimo Singer, and here he is, asking you shall receive. Big air on the first wall for hit number 1. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2 for Massimo on this second run, winding up on 3 for a left 540. Massimo had a bit of a spill in run number 1, and if he keeps this going in run number 2, we're going to see a shakeup, I imagine. So there's a left 5 into back-to-back alley-oop 180s. Air on the right side wall to back up those rotations. Back-to-back airs from Massimo. And winding up on the right wall for a right 360. Coming in switch on Looker's left for a switch alley-oop left 180. Ah, that same spot. He's pulling for a little speed. Going to put on a little demo down here at the bottom. All right, as he grabs his ski, let's make some noise one more time for Massimo Singer. One of the bigger runs that we've seen today, for sure. I am very excited to see Massimo grow over the next few years here at Nationals, hopefully. because my man's got some skill for sure. Next to drop is going to be bib 1129, Lucas Galan out of the Mount Hood Series. And here he comes. This is Lucas, rounding out the drops for the boys' Ruggie second. Lucas getting things rolling with the air on the looker's right wall. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2, going higher on the second, but lying down on the tips. Getting a little G'd out in the landing, but he ain't done yet. He's got plenty more half-pipe action in store for all the looky-loos in the gallery and tuning in at home on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. That will do it. Make some noise for Lucas and all of the Ruggies, boys and girls, for competing today. We are going to move on into the girls' Grommet division next. Naomi Lyman going to be dropping in first. Current leaderboard for the girls' Grommet division is Lainey Steen in first, Stella Reitman in second, and Rowan Smith in third, with just about a 9-point differential between those top three. Julia Magnuson and Issa Loge rounding out the top five. First is going to be Naomi, currently sitting in sixth. And here comes Naomi rolling in. From the Rocky Mountain Series, no stranger to skiing in some chilly conditions. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2 for Naomi. Nice pop on the right side wall for hit 3. And same thing on hit 4. Alley-oop left 180 on hit number 5 for Naomi in the second run here in the girls' Grommet division. And a right side 360 down towards the bottom of the run for Naomi Lyman out of the Rocky Mountain Series. 51's the DNS, right?
Sorry?
1151? Or no? No, they had a run. All right, next to drop is going to be bib 1151, Rowan Smith out of the Central Oregon Series, skiing with NBSEF. And then on deck we have Lainey Steen. Rowan Smith currently sitting in third place with a 78-75. Needs to add about 5 points to chase down Stella Reitman. And about 9 points, 9.25 to chase down Lainey in the top spot. Let's see if we can do it. Here we go. Judges have been peeping all the action here at Halfpipe. Alley-oop left side 180 for Rowan. And alley-oop right side 180 for Rowan. Good combo into another alley-oop left one to keep it pumping past the halfway point into the final, let's say, quarter, third of the pipe action. And a left 360. She ain't done yet. There's a switch pop to regular for Rowan Smith. Bib 1151. Next to drop will be our current leader, bib 1157, Lainey Steen out of the Rocky Mountain Series, skiing with Team Summit. Currently has about a 5.5 point lead on the rest of the field. Here comes Lainey, the current leaderboard leader. A little redundant there, but that's all right. Double L. Taking no L's on the first hit. That's a great air on the looker's right wall for Lainey into alley-oop right side 180 on hit number 2. Lainey winding up on 3 for a right 360. Coming in switch on the fourth hit for a switch right 360. Air on the right side wall for Lainey after the combo threes into an alley-oop right 180. pulling for some speed and winding up at the bottom for a right 540. There we go. Lainey Steen, bib 1157 out of the Rocky Mountain Series, seeing if she can improve on her first run score. Next to drop will be bib 1240, Ellie Grayman out of the Big Mountain West Series, 1240. All right, here comes Ellie for run number 2, bib 1240. Ellie starting off the second run with the air on the right side wall. If you're down in the gallery, make sure you get your good side. We got some photographers snapping some flicks down here. Good airs on 1 and 2 and a right side 360 for Ellie on 3. Ooh, but getting a little boggled in the switch approach on the 4th hit. Ellie's going to put the rest of run number 2 to good use right now. All right, we'll call it there. Make some noise for Ellie Grayman. All right, we're rounding out the drops here in the girls' breaker. Grommet, girls' Grommet. Girls Grommet. Kate Agnew on course. Rapid fire drops here in the pipe. 1165. Kate is skiing right now, looking to improve on run number 1 from the Southern California Series. Good airs in the top third and keeping it going. Kate Agnew again coming from Southern California Series. We saw them coming in on the open ceremony day with the blue plaid and the big palm trees on the back. And Kate's going to cap things off with a big left air on the final hit. That'll do it. Kate Agnew. Next to drop, bib 1168, Julia Magnuson out of the Big Mountain West Series, supported by Mom and Pops, currently sitting in 4th place. Only 2.5 points out of podium position. Julia dropping in next, 1168. All right, here comes Julia, searching for those extra 2.5 points to bump up into the podium. Seeing if she can take a medal back for the Big Mountain West Series today in halfpipe. Lots of speed and a good air up at the lip on hit number 1. Back-to-back for Julia in this second run. Flying through the pipe. Alley-oop left 180 for Julia on hit number 4. And alley-oop right 180 on the following. Back-to-back alley-oop rotations into a right air. Climbing real high on the looker's left wall on that last hit. And coming down for what could be the last hit for a left 360. All right, make some noise for Julia. Next to drop is going to be bib 1731, Issa Loge out of the South Tahoe Series. Sounds like Issa's ready to drop. And here we go, on course for the second run. We got 3 more drops in the girls' breaker after this run. Sorry, girls' grommet. Did it again. I'm going to focus on this run right now. Issa started things off with the air on the left side wall. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2. cruising casually across the flat, making it look stylish. Into an air on 3, and an alley-oop left side 180 on 4, right above the lip of the pipe with that right ski. Alley-oop right 180, back to back, and a right 360. Coming in, switch to the looker's left wall for a switch pump back to regular. That is Issa Loge. 3 drops left in girls Grommet, and then we're going to throw it to the women's youth for another 3 runs. Next to drop, bib 1128, Ava DiMartino out of the Southern Vermont Series. Skiing with the Mount Snow comp team, Ava 1128 dropping next, followed up by Kayla Freeberg on deck. All right, exciting shake-up a little bit in the leaderboard. We've got Issa now in 3rd position. Couple drops left, including this next one from Ava DiMartino. So don't count those chickens just yet. But it's definitely nice to move up in the leaderboard. Ava getting things started with the air on the right side wall. Back-to-back on 1 and 2 with good speed, cruising into hit number 3. Good pop, good control, good composure. Ava starting off run 2 with 5 airs in the top half of the pipe. And they all look great. Keeping things going through the second quarter. And there's a left 360. Let's make some noise for Ava DiMartino. All right, next up in girls breaker. Is that the 3rd time I've done it? Girls Grommet. I apologize. It's been a long 2 weeks, folks. Kayla Freeberg in the girls Grommet division next, bib 1100 from the Mount Hood Series. Current leaderboard right now is Lainey in 1, Stella in 2, and Issa in 3, with 2 more drops to go, one of whom is Stella. So Stella will look to improve a little bit, but we're going to throw things to Kayla first. All right, bib 1100. Kayla pulling in on looker's left. Kayla starting off the second run with an air on hit 1 and air on hit number 2. Getting set up for the rest of the run here in the first few stages. There's an alley-oop right side 180 on hit 4, and alley-oop left side 180 for Kayla. Just passing about the, not quite the halfway mark. 2 good airs after the back-to-back ones, and there's a back-to-back, there's a alley right side 180 and a left 180. Winding up for a left 360 and coming in switch towards the looker's right for switch air to regular for Kayla. Miss Freeberg's putting together a good second run here. Alley-oop right side 1. Again, coming from the Mount Hood Series to put on for Nationals and getting some love from the gallery down here at the bottom. Left side 360 to cap it off. That's Kayla Freeberg. All right, that's going to bring us to our last drop for the girls' Grommet division. From the Unbound Series, wearing bib 1124, Stella Reitman will be next to go. Stella's currently sitting in second with an 82.25, with Lainey in first with an 87.75. So 5.5 points will put her in a decisive lead above Lainey. All right, here comes Stella. Looking to throw some shots at the top spot. We'll see if she can do it in run number 2, starting right now. Great air at the lip of the pipe. Stella off to a good start in the second run. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2 into a left 360 on 3. Oh, but losing some of the equipment there. Stella is going to snag that other ski and then get a couple of hits in the pipe before we wrap things up for the girls' Grommet division. Next up is going to be the women's youth division. Stella getting way up there on that left wall. And a right 360. All right, let's put our hands together for Stella Reitman. All right, women's youth division, we got 3 drops first to go. 1162, Lena Santana out of the Central Oregon series. We're going to be jockeying for position here. We got 3 drops, so they're all guaranteed a podium position. Question is, where are they going to stack when it comes to the metallurgical representation? Lena Santana is going to be first to drop. And here we go. I'll say Lena's currently sitting in second with lots of room for improvement here in run number 2. Aurora currently in the top spot. Lena with a alley-oop left 180 on hit number 2. And alley-oop right 180 on hit 3. So it was an air into a combo, alley-oop rotations into a right side 360, coming in switch for a switch pump back to regular. Alley-oop left 1 on the looker's right wall. And winding up for a left 360 on the following wall. All right, it looks like she'll call it there. That's Lena Santana, bib 1162. Next to drop will be Rora Tay out of the Mount Hood series, another Oregonian. Bib 1238, Rora dropping in next. All right. Hey, Tyler, while you're cruising down here, we could use a little help in the booth if you want to come monkey with this heater. Bib 1238 rolling in on looker's left. Rorate out of the Mount Hood series. And we're off for run number 2. Rora's going to be battling for the 1 spot, was recently unseated. Alley left 180. And an air on the looker's left wall to follow up the 180. Back-to-back airs at the midway point. An alley-oop right side 180 on the following. Good pop on the right side wall. Catching good air on these hits. And alley-oop left 1. That'll do it. Rora Tay out of the Mount Hood series. All right, and the last drop for the morning divisions here at Halfpipe on Day 4 of Nationals. It's going to be bib 1173. Kenna Keenan out of the Rocky Mountain Series, supported by Coalition Skis. Kenna's got nowhere to go but up right now in run number 2. After Kenna comes through, we're going to shut down the course a little bit for the afternoon action with the boys' Grommet division and the men's Masters and Kahunas. But back to the run. Here comes Kenna for the second run of the day in the women's youth division. Big air. We saw this in run number 1. And boosting above the lip of the pipe on hit 2 for Kenna. Winding up for an alley-oop left 180 on hit number 3. And there's the true rotation, the left 360 on the 4th hit. Switch air back to regular on hit number 5 for Kenna. And an air on the left side wall to follow it up. Getting down towards the last few hits. Reaching on the right side wall and winding up at the bottom for a left 360. That could be a contending run in for Kenna. We will find out in just a moment, courtesy of liveheats.com. Make sure to check out liveheats.com/USASA if you want to stay up to date on the current leaderboards. As the scores roll in on the second run, it's looking good thus far. Oh, boy. All right, it's looking like the judges got all their scores in. So we got Kenna in the top spot, 89.75. Lena Santana in second with an 85 even, and Rora Tay in third with an 81.75. That'll do it for the women's youth division. We are going to start practice in 1 minute for the boys Grommet, men's masters, and men's Kahuna. Getting some flicks of the competitors here at the bottom of the pipe. I'm going to stick my feet.
If the propane runs out, there's nothing I can do.
I'm going to stick my feet directly into this heater. And if y'all got about an hour until we get things underway for the latter half of today's event. So use it wisely. Swing down, check out the jacks, get something in your belly, get a little caloric intake. Check out some of our fine friends in the vendor village. And we'll be back in just about an hour for more action here in the Halfpipe on day 4 of USASA Ski Week.
Ready for our 31st? This is the 13th year here at Copper. Great host. 31st.
Open rail jam skiing going down tonight. Let's get it.
Jess, what time is practice over? 15 more minutes. 12:20.
have some excellent news, everyone. We've broken double digits on the temperature today. 13 degrees, a balmy 13 here at the bottom of the pipe. I hope that y'all got a chance to get warm. I know I went back to the hotel and threw on an extra pair of socks. We are about 10 minutes away from getting things underway for the afternoon split here at USASA Day 4 Pipe. We've got the boys Grommet division, 25 skiers lined up for that, along with some solitary skiers in the men's masters and the men's Kahuna division. So we are going to be looking at, 54 runs before we stick a fork in the half pipe for competition here at USASA Nationals. Going out with a bang, 25 fellas in that Grommet division, 9 and 10-year-olds, but we watched some practice runs and we saw a couple great tricks getting thrown down, so I'm excited to see how they're going to ramp things up to try and find a way on the top spot of the podium at awards later on this afternoon. Big shout out to our presenting sponsor of Halfpipe this week, Columbia. They are the official outerwear partner of USASA, and that is another thing I did on the lunch break. I went back to my little hotel room, and I got this lovely red and black Columbia jacket to keep me warm when it's 13 degrees outside and I'm sitting in the shade. If you find yourself in situations like that, my hat's off to you. Use that 50% off coupon at Columbia.com, Prana.com, MountainHardware.com, or Sorel.com to make sure you're equipped for the elements no matter what they are. Sun, snow, sleet, I don't know, humidity. I don't got another S weather word. Well, I got one, but I'm not going to say it on the mic. We are going to be getting things underway with the boys' Grommet division in just a few moments. You can see the pipe is closed for practice. Once we get that cracked off, 25 skiers coming through, one for each on Masters and Legend, and then back to the top for the second runs. We've had a great week out here at the half pipe. Not too many holds on the course, and hopefully we'll keep that moving through this afternoon as well. T-minus about 10 minutes plus or minus some change before we get things rolling. Don't forget, if you're going to be up here in the gallery, I want you hooting and hollering for all the competitors as they finish up their runs. They busted their humps to qualify for nationals. They made the big trip out here to Copper, or maybe even the short trip if they're just down the road. But regardless, they all worked hard to get here, so let's work hard to let them know that we appreciate them and that we're proud of all the work that they put in to make it out to nationals this year. Top of our shit. Well, Tyler came through. That was nice. That was perfect timing too, because I knew that we weren't going to be able to start fiddling around with that thing for another like 15 minutes, but it was getting cold.
Ready for our 31st? This is the 13th year here at Copper. Great host. 31st.
team going down tonight? Let's get it.
All right, sounds like we're about 2 minutes away. We've got a quick skiers meeting up at the top. And then we're going to get things underway with the boys' Grommet division, 25 skiers. First to drop is going to be 1241, Samuel Madigan out of the North Tahoe series. After Samuel's drop, we're going to have bib 1228, Vaughn Bruland out of the Unbound series. And then rounding out the first three drops will be bib 1, 2, 3, 4, Max Norden from the New Hampshire series. So Samuel, Vaughn, and Max are going to be the first three drops in the boys' Grommet division, getting things underway in just about 1 or 2 minutes once this riders meeting is wrapped up at the top. All right, judges are ready. And we're going to get things underway in the boys' Grommet division. Bib 1241, Samuel Madigan dropping in first from the North Tahoe series. Sounds like Samuel's got some fans in the crowd today. That's what I like to see. It's all about the love and admiration out here. I will do my best to keep you all informed on the leaderboard, but you can also check it out on liveheats.com/USASA. Here comes Samuel for run number 1 in the boys' Grommet division. Getting things started with an air on the left side wall and flying across the flat. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2 for Samuel. Keeping it going on 3, again coming from the North Tahoe series. Plenty of transition to ride up there in North Tahoe across all the resorts. And it looks like Samuel's got a great winner of transition riding. That's run number 1, 1241, Samuel Madigan. Next to drop is going to be bib 1228, Vaughn Bruland out of the Unbound series. Supported by Drink Weird, 1228 is going to be next to drop. We'll see if we can get some 24-karat magic for a lucky, well, not lucky, for a skilled boys Grommet division. All awards happening down at the stage shortly after 4 o'clock today. And you're not going to want to miss it. This is going to be the big one. I will let y'all know that we do have overall awards. We will not be presenting them at Nationals this year, though. We will be mailing them to the overall champions. 1228, Vaughn coming in. There goes an alley-oop right side 180 for Vaughn on the first hit. Back-to-back alley-oop rotations on 1 and 2. Vaughn and another alley-oop rotation on 3. Vaughn Bruland off to a great start in this first run. There's an alley-oop left 360. Bring it all the way around to switch for a switch pump back to regular at the midway point of his run. Alley-oop left 360. He's got that rotation on lock. Hopefully we got the tent on lock down here so we don't Wicked Witch of the West at Copper Mountain. My goodness, he's got those left threes stomped. Vaughn Bruland out of the Unbound series. Next to drop, bib 1, 2, 3, 4, Max Norden out of the New Hampshire series. And then we've got Daniel Quigley on deck. Sorry, Sean Sullivan on deck, not Daniel Quigley. We'll get to him after Sean. Max Norden dropping next, though, for run 1 in the boys' Grommet division. I'm going to have a quick reset here in the booth as the wind blows some of the judging tablets out of reach. All right, judges are ready for 1234. Max Norden to drop in. All right, and we got Max dropping in for the first run of the boys' Grommet division here on day 4 of USASA Free Ski Week. Max getting things rolling with the air on the left side wall, cruising across the flat into a right side air as Mother Nature gets a little barreled on that second hit with that snow flowing off the pipe. Good airs through the first 4 hits for Max. And he's cruising down towards the last hit. There's a left 360. Max Norden out of the New Hampshire series. Next to drop, Sean Sullivan wearing bib 1192 from the North Tahoe series. Mr. Sullivan followed up by Daniel Quigley, 1237 from Aspen Snowmass. Where's that dad that bought coffee? Let's get him back up here.
Right? Painter?
Oh, yeah. Kept saying his kid's name wrong.
Eli or Elijah?
It was Emil. All right, Sean Sullivan. You see him pulling in on the looker's right.
Of course.
Here we go for run number 1 for Sean. Sean, 10 years old, last year as a Grommet. And boosting on hit number 1 above the lip of the pipe on the first one. And a good backup air on hit number 2 for Sean. Climbing a little higher on hit 3 from 2. And there's an alley-oop left 180 up at the lip of the pipe on 4 for Sean. Back-to-back alley-oop 180s on 4 and 5. And a good air on the right side wall on 6. Putting together a good first run here in the Grommet division for the boys. Alley-oop left 180. And alley-oop right 180. Putting it down. Let's make some noise for Sean Sullivan. Next to drop, 12:37, Daniel Quigley from the Aspen Snowmass Series. Daniel will be followed up by 11:90, Lowen Schwartz from the North Tahoe Series. 12:37, Daniel dropping in next. Current leaderboard, we got Sean Sullivan in first, Vaughn in second, and Samuel in third. Very, very early into the first runs, though, so we'll see what these latter skiers have to say. Here comes Daniel for run number 1. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2 for Daniel. Winding up for alley-oop left 180 on hit number 3. And alley-oop right 180 on hit 4. So throwing alley-oops on 3 and 4. And air on 5 on the looker's right wall for Mr. Quigley in this first run in the boys' Grommet division. There's alley-oop left 1 from Aspen Snowmass Series skier. And a good air on the left wall. That'll cap it off for Daniel Quigley. Next to drop is going to be bib 1190, Lowen Schwartz out of the North Tahoe Series. Skiing up there at beautiful North Star. 1190 dropping next with Asher Dunn, 1144 on deck. 2 back-to-back Tahoe Series skiers, but one from the north and one from the south. And we're off with Lowen. Bibbin 1190. Big support squad in the gallery today at the bottom of the half pipe. We appreciate y'all braving the elements to come out and cheer on Lowen in run number 1. We've got things rolling with 3 great airs on the left, right, and left wall. And there's an alley-oop left 180 for Lowen on hit number 4. Alley-oop right side 180 on 5. And an air to fakie on 6. Coming in switch on 7. Oh, going for a switch left 3 it looked like. But having a little trouble in the lower transition. He ain't done yet. Alley-oop right 180 after the right air for Lowen and winding up for a left 360 alley-oop. And cruising down switch for the rest of the run. That's Lowen Schwartz out of the North Tahoe Series. Next drop will be bib 1144, Asher Dunn from the South Tahoe Series, with Keenan Moore hot on his heels, bib 1135 from Central Oregon. Asher Dunn up next, 1144. And we're off. Wasting no time, alley-oop left 180 for Asher. And air on left side wall on hit number 2. Good airs on 2 and 3 after the alley-oop rotation. And let's make it a 4th. Why not? Asher cruising through the top half of run 1 with good airs and good height on both walls. Reaching for grabs on a lot of the airs, which the judges are definitely going to like to see. Anytime the skiers can incorporate grabs, it's going to help out with the score. All right, Asher's coming down for what could be the one of the last hits. Let's make it 13. There's a switch air back to regular. Asher Dunn from the South Tahoe Series, bib 1144. Next up from Central Oregon Series, 1135. Skiing with the support of Dad and MBSEF, Keenan Moore dropping in next with Strider Marska on deck. Current leaderboard looking like Sean Sullivan in first, Vaughn Brulin in second, and Daniel Quigley in third. We're only on the 8th drop of 25 skiers for the first run, though. Don't forget, you can keep up to date by visiting liveheats.com/USASA, whether you're in the gallery here at Copper or watching from home on YouTube, Facebook, or Instagram. Here comes Keenan for drop number 1 in the boys' Grommet division. Keenan getting things kicked off with an air up the wall on the looker's right. Going a little higher on hit number 2 as he generates that momentum. Alley-oop left 180 on hit 3 for Keenan. And alley-oop right 180 on hit number 4. Incorporating some technicality in 3 and 4 and returning to a air on the looker's right wall. Winding up on the left for a left 360, buttering around to 5 to bring it back to regular stance. And there's an air to regular, an air to fakie. Keenan Moore from the Central Oregon Series clapping the gloves. Stoked on run 1. We'll get you back up for run 2 in just a little bit. In the meantime, bib 1175, Strider Marska out of the Big Mountain West Series with Miles Pugh on deck, bib 1118. Strider will be dropping next, 1175. All right, here comes Strider for the first run. Big drop into the pipe and a good air on looker's left wall. Alley-oop left 180 on hit number 2 for Strider. Winding up for a left air on hit number 3. Back-to-back airs on 3 and 4 after the alley-oop 180. And reaching for some grabs in these airs for Strider. Nice pop on both sides of the half pipe. Winding up on the left for a left 540. Landed 3, reverted around to 5. He's got a couple hits left in the pipe. There's a left 360, stomping it clean and cruising down switch. Let's make some noise for Strider Marska. Next to drop, bib 1118, Miles Pugh from the Southern California Series. On deck to drop is 1186, Asa Ames from the Unbound Series. So back-to-back Californians in the next 2 drops. 1118 Miles dropping next. All right, looking like we got a bit of a shakeup in the top 3. Sean Sullivan in first, Vaughn Brulin in second, and Strider Marska in third. Miles Pugh dropping next, bib 1118. And here he comes on looker's left. Good drop into the pipe for Miles on this first run, and a good air to kick things off. Going even higher on hit number 2. Taking a good line down the pipe and pumping for speed on the third wall. There we go, getting that right ski above the lip of the pipe on 4. He is cruising right now. Get the radar gun out. Nice air on the left wall. Make some noise for Miles Pugh. Next to drop, 1186, Asa Ames from the Unbound Series. And then we have 1127, Holland Abram on deck to drop. Double A, Asa Ames dropping next in the boys' Grommet division. This will be the 11th drop of 25. We are approaching the midway point of drop number 1. After we get through the boys' Grommet, we're going to throw over to the men's Master and the men's Kahuna. Those are going to be some pretty quick divisions with 1 skier in each. Sounds like Asa's ready to go. Here comes Asa on Looker's right of the pipe for the first run. Coming from the Unbound Series, no stranger. They definitely got a 22 out there, so hopefully he's had a couple days of training to make his way out to nationals. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2 for Asa. Good air on the Looker's left wall on 3 and keeping it going through 4. Great speed in the pipe, climbing high up on the walls with all that momentum. And capping it off at the bottom with the right air. That's Asa Ames from the Unbound Series. Next up to drop is going to be 11:27, Holland Abram out of the Rocky Mountain Series, supported by Team Summit here in Colorado. Again, they got a booth down in the vendor village. Swing by, say hi. Holland is dropping next with Ty Sundell on deck, bib 1130. All right, here comes Holland on run 1 in the boys' Grommet. Again, skiing with Team Summit. Getting some last-minute advice up there at the top of the funnel from the coach. And getting things started off with the air on the left side wall. Climbing high up on air 2 for Holland. And 3 good airs to start off this first run. Carving for a little bit of speed as he works his way into that 4th hit. And on 5, looking good. Alley-oop left 180 on 6 for Holland. And an air on the left side wall to back up the alley-oop 180. Good pop on the Looker's right side wall. And winding up at the bottom for a left 360 coming out switch. Make some noise for Holland Abram. Next to drop, bib 1130, Ty Sundell out of the Upper Midwest Snow Series. And then on deck to drop, we have 1136, Stephen Knowles. Steven. What's that? They said it's Steven, but still, it's absolutely spelled Stephen. Yeah. Thank you for the validation, Kim. All right, we're going to be keeping an eye out for Ty dropping in just a moment. This is the halfway point for the first runs here in the boys' Grommet division. 2 more for the Weiser divisions coming up in just a few minutes. And then we're going to take it back to the top. All right, I can see him. He's on course. There's Ty. I got my high visibility lenses on. Good air on the right side wall for Ty. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2 as this snow clears out. Ty with 4 great airs at the top of the run and getting to an alley-oop left 180 on hit number 5. There's a left 360 on the following wall and reverting around to regular in the flat. And a right side air. Let's make some noise for Ty Sundell. Next to drop from the Southern Vermont Series, bib 1136, Stephen Knowles, supported by Forefront Skis, 686, and Look Bindings. 1136, Stephen dropping in next. 14th drop out of 25 for the boys' Grommet. Then we have Lucan Glennon on deck to drop, bib 1153. No shakeup in the top 3 yet. Still looking at Sean Sullivan, Vaughn Brulin, and Strider Marska in the top spots with about a 19-point differential between 3rd and 1st. Here we go. Steven is on course, 1136. Steven starting with an air on the right side wall. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2 with good composure. Grabbing tail on hit number 3 as he comes into 4 for a left 540. Pulling for some speed in the flat into hit 5. Crossing the skis up and throwing a grab in for the judges. Air on the looker's left wall. Great grabs by Steven in this first run here in the boys Grommet division. And there's a right 360 by 11:36, Steven Knowles.
You mean to tell me skiing like that isn't worth a $500 set of skis?
Next to drop, bib 11:53, Lucan Glennon out of the Southern Vermont Series. Catch me up at June if it's open. The rest of the trip. I like my solitude, you know. Next to drop, bib 1116, Micah Rodarte from the North Tahoe Series, skiing with the North Star Team Foundation. On Micah's heels will be bib 1115, Race Roizen from the North Tahoe Series as well. Micah up next, 1116. We will wait for the judges and the staff up top to get things buckled up and ready to rip. All right, we can see Micah pulling in on Looker's right. Run one in the boys' Grommet division. Here we go. Big air on the left wall for Micah on the first hit. And winding up on two for a right 540. Getting this run started off with a bang. There's an alley-oop 180. And there's a right 5, shushing around to 7. Micah's really setting the bar high for this first run. Good right side air. And a left 3. All right, let's make some noise for Micah out of the North Tahoe Series. Great rotations. We'll get him back up for a second run in just a bit, but in the meantime, we're going to throw it to 11:15 Race Roizen out of the North Tahoe Series, supported by Vacaville Christian Schools, Elite Feet, and the resort at Squaw Creek. 11:15 Race dropping in next. No shakeup in the top 3 just yet, but we'll see how the next few drops may have an impact on that leaderboard. Race rolling in on Looker's right. Race getting run 1 started off with back-to-back airs on the first and second wall. Nice grab on hit number 3. And keeping it going on hit 4 for Race. Reaching all over the place to get some grabs in on these airs to impress the judges in this first run. That'll call it there. That's Race Roizen. All right, next to drop, 11:55. Easton Aki from the Grand Canyon Series. Short pause to see if anyone's going to holler at me. Ski Haas support and Mom and Dad, 11:55. Easton dropping in next. On deck after Easton is going to be Renzo Singer out of the Unbound Series. And then finally rounding out the drops for the boys' Grommet division, Botan Bartha from Aspen Snowmass. Those will be the last 3 drops before we throw over to the men's master and the men Kahuna. All right, Easton's ready to go. Here he comes. Pulling in on Looker's left. Big drop into the pipe. Started things off with the air on the right side wall for Easton. Again, coming from the Grand Canyon Series. Alley-oop right side 180 on hit number 2. Right air on 3 into alley-oop right 1 on 4. Alley-oop left 180 on 5, so we got 3 alley-oop rotations in the run thus far for Easton. Air on the left side wall, air on the right side wall. Just past the midway point, winding up on the left wall for a left 360, coming in switch on the opposite for a switch pump back to regular. Alley-oop right side 180 from Easton, getting lots of hits in the pipe today in run number 1. Let's make some noise. That's Easton out of the Grand Canyon Series. Next to drop, bib 1134, Renzo Singer out of the Unbound Series with Baton Bartha on deck to drop from Aspen Snowmass Series. No shake-up in the top three yet. We still got Stephen Knowles, Oliver Kofi, and Sean Sullivan in 1, 2, and 3 with Lucan Glennon and Julian Alonso rounding out top 5. Full results can be found on liveheats.com/USASA, or if you're lucky enough to be tuning in at home, they may be throwing up some overlays from time to time so you can stay up to date. No need to open up a second browser window and keep Live Heats up, but you can if you'd like. Back to the action. Here comes Renzo, bib 1134 from Unbound Series. Renzo, big air on hit number 1. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2 for Renzo. Winding up on 3 for a left 360. Coming in switch on 4. Switch right 360. So back-to-back 360s for Renzo in this first run. Back-to-back airs after the back-to-back 3s and winding up again for a left 540, putting that thing down and riding out smooth into an alley-oop left 180, shushed around to 3. Coming in switch on the backside wall for a switch air back to regular. That'll do it for Renzo Singer. All right, last drop for the first run in the boys Grommet division, 1139. Baton Bartha out of the Aspen Snowmass Series. 1139, and then we're going to go to the men's master and men's Kahuna divisions next before hitting the rewind button and resetting for second runs.
Same order, yeah. We're just going to go right. You got it.
We did just get a question in the booth. I will let y'all know it's going to be the same drop order in the second run. The only time we switch up the drop order is if we do finals, and that's based on qualifying spots. But fortunately for today, we're going to keep the plan same as it was. All right, sounds like judges are ready for Double B, Baton Bartha from Aspen Snowmass Series. Finishing out run number 1 for the boys Grommet division before stepping into some of the wiser divisions. And here he comes. 1139, Mr. Bartha. Bit of a jib into the pipe and an air out of the pipe on hit 1, letting the legs breathe a little bit. Make sure you get a clean landing. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2 for Mr. Bartha, winding up for alley-oop left 180 on hit number 3. And a pump for some speed on the 4th hit. There's an alley-oop left 360. And a switch air back to regular. Alley-oop left 360 and cruising down switch. Make some noise for Baton Bartha. Your last drop in the boys Grommet division. We did have a shakeup in the top 3. We've got Stephen Knowles in 1, Renzo Singer in 2, and Oliver Kofi in 3. Those are going to be the leaders going into second runs, but in the meantime, we're going to throw it over for our men's master division. Next to drop 1156, Edward Herrera, supported by Brotique 505. I believe this means Las Vegas and Albuquerque. The Skillet, the Trujillo Agency, the Outback Firearms, the Front, and Olivia's Cafe. Edward Herrera dropping in next from the Southwest Freeride Series. If you're thinking to yourself, man, I've never done a ski event before, but I want to get in the park, I would highly recommend heading out to your local regional USASA events. Do a couple of those contests next winter. meet some new friends, compete against your peers, and maybe get a qualifying spot to come out here and challenge guys like Edward for this gold medal. And here comes Edward Herrera for the first run in the Men's Master Division from the Southwest Freeride team. Edward getting things started with pumping for some speed on 1 and 2. Again, coming from the Southwest Freeride Series, I believe living in Las Vegas, New Mexico. I had my good friend Daniel from the Southwest Freeride Series during Snowboard Week explain to me that that's actually the original Las Vegas and that the Nevada one, they're a little bit of copycats. Edward Herrera climbing way high on the wall. Thought he was going to be dangling the ski over the deck of the pipe up there. Good amplitude and good edge control through the run, shushing around to switch. Back to regular. That's Edward Herrera in the Men's Master Division. Make some noise. And next to drop in the Men's Kahuna Division, it's going to be bib 1204, Toby Mason out of the South Tahoe Series. This is Toby's first year in the Kahuna Division. He's got quite some time before he gets bumped up into the Methuselah Division. Methuselah Division with no ceilings. It is 60 and up. We had some competitors last week in the Methuselah Division at the young age of 75 years old. So there's a long future for a lot of these skiers and snowboarders as they make their way through nationals. This is Toby Mason on course for his first run in the Men's Master Division. Sorry, Men's Kahuna Division. My apologies. Climbing way high up on the wall of the pipe with both those edges on the skis. Good edge control for Toby. Again, coming from the South Tahoe Series, so no stranger to being able to ride good pipes. And coming down for what could be the last hit on this looker's left wall. Pump it back to switch. That is Toby Mason. Put your hands together, folks, in the Men's Kahuna Division. All right, we're going to bring it back to the top of the list for the boys' Grommet Division after this slip. First three drops are going to be bib 1241 Samuel Madigan, 1228 Vaughn Bruland, and 1234 Max Norden. I'm going to stick my feet in this heater for a moment, and I'll be back on the mic in just 1 second.
Ready for our 31st? This is the 13th year here at Copper. Great host, 31st.
Open rail jam skiing going down tonight. Let's get it.
All right, Vaughn pulling in on lookers right for the second run here. Another California skier in the Unbound Series. Vaughn with a good air on looker's left wall into alley-oop left 180 on hit number 2. Alley-oop right side 180 on hit 3 for Vaughn. Great start to the second run. Alley-oop left 180 on 4. And a great air on the looker's left wall on 5. Winding up for alley-oop left 360 on 6. And a switch left 180 on 7, keeping it switch into a switch pump back to regular. We'll get a left 360 at the bottom of the run. That is Vaughn Brulin. Way to go, Vaughn. Nice second run there. We're going to move on to bib 1234, Max Norden from the New Hampshire series, with Sean Sullivan on deck to drop bib 1192. All right, it looks like judges are ready down here in the booth for Max Norden to be dropping in. Don't forget Sean Sullivan on deck, but Max is up first from the New Hampshire series. Bib 1, 2, 3, 4. This is how we're going to get going for run number 2 for Max. Cruising into the looker's left wall for an air on hit number 1. And wiggling across the flat for an air on the right side wall on hit number 2 for Max. Good airs on the first 3 hits. Mr. Norden coming out of the New Hampshire series. And alley left 180 on the 4th hit. Winding up at the bottom, there's a left 360. That'll do it for Max Norden. Next to drop, currently just out of podium position in 4th place, Sean Sullivan from the North Tahoe series. Bib 1192. Sean's got a 72.50 on the board from run number 1. He's going to have to bump that up to an 80 and a quarter if he wants to unseat Oliver from 3rd place. 11.92 Sean dropping in next, followed by 12.37 Daniel Quigley. And here comes Sean for run 2. We'll see if he can bump up into that bronze spot or better. He has a great drop and a great air on the first wall, hit number 1. Going higher on hit number 2, getting above the lip of the pipe. An alley-oop right 180 on hit 3 for Sean. Alley-oop left 180 on the 4th hit. Good start to the run. Air on the left side wall for hit number 5. Back-to-back airs after back-to-back alley-oop rotations on 5 and 6. Alley-oop right 1 on 7 for Sean Sullivan. And alley-oop left 1 on 8. Getting lots of hits in the pipe and good air on both walls. Back-to-back after the alley-oop rotations. And winding up at the bottom for a left 360. Make some noise for Sean Sullivan. 11.92. Next to drop, bib 12.37, Daniel Quigley from the Aspen Snowmass Series. On Daniel's heels will be Lowen Schwartz from the North Tahoe Series. Well, I got some good news and bad news. Good news is Sean bumped his score up. The bad news is it wasn't enough to bump Oliver out of the top spot. But nothing to shake a stick at. 4th place out of 25 is very, very commendable, especially on a national stage. Daniel Quigley dropping in next, also looking to improve on run number 1. All right, and we're off. Here we go. Daniel Quigley on course for an air on the right side wall to kick things off in the second run. Back-to-back on 1 and 2. Good pop on 3 and reaching for that back heel. Opposite ski on 3, air on 4, alley-oop left 180 on 5. Daniel Quigley's got a good start to the top half of the run. Alley-oop right side 180 on, I believe it was 6. Good air on right. Getting into the last few hits. There's a left 540, whipping that thing around. Make some noise for Daniel Quigley. Next to drop, bib 1190, Lowen Schwartz out of the North Tahoe Series. Lowen's going to be followed up by 1144, Asher Dunn from South Tahoe Series. Lowen skiing at North Star, my own home mountain for the 2 years that I spent right there in Agate Bay. I got a lot of love for the stretch between KB and and TC. Spent a lot of my nights delivering for Jiffy's Pizza to Dollar Point, Incline, KB, that whole North Shore just stretch. I got a lot of love for Truckee, but I'll tell you what, I want to be close to the water, baby. All right, looks like judges are ready down here in the booth for Lowen. Dropping in next, bib 1190 for run number 2. And it looks like he's pulling in on Looker's right. We're off for the second run. Lowen climbing real high on the wall of the 22 on the first hit. Alley-oop left 180 on hit number 2 for Lowen. Alley-oop right 1 on hit 3, so back-to-back 180s in the first three hits. Good air on the backside wall for hit number 4. Keeping it going on 5 while the gallery down here is going nuts. Y'all are making some serious noise, showing some love for Lowen as he takes run number 2 here. Winding up on the opposite wall for alley-oop left 180. And alley-oop right 180. Great combo again down in the latter half of this room. There's a left 360 alley-oop style coming in switch to the opposite wall. And opting for a different route. That'll do it for Lowen Schwartz. Next up to drop will be bib 1144, Asher Dunn out of the South Tahoe Series, with Keenan Moore from Central Oregon Series on deck. Don't forget, you can see as the scores roll in at liveheats.com/USASA. You can also see all of the amazing event photos that are getting snapped out here all week long at usasa.smugmug.com. And the best part about those photos is they're free, baby. I mentioned it earlier in the week, but I went on there. I've been talking to myself about, man, I got to get a website going for my announcing. And I found a treasure trove of amazing photos, not just of me with a goofy mic in front of my face, but of all the participants at Nationals. And when I say all, I mean beyond just the athletes. We've got great snapshots, some good candid photos down in the village during awards. We've got awesome photos of people in the gallery at Halfpipe and all of the other events all week long. So don't do yourself a disservice. Check those photos out. And don't do a disservice to Asher. Let's look at the pipe. Here we go on run number 2 in the boys Grommet division. Asher again coming from the South Tahoe Series. Great little series with plenty of representation out here at Nationals, including the vast majority of the USASA staff in the office. Asher, great airs and good grabs in the top half of run number 2. Cruising for some speed on the Looker's left wall. And popping an air on the right wall, putting that speed to good use. Alley-oop right side 180 for Asher. And a right air at the bottom. He's got one more in him. Nice little jib out of the pipe. That's Asher Dunn from the South Tahoe Series. Next drop, 1135, Keenan Moore from the Central Oregon Series. Keenan supported by Dad and MBSEF. Keenan dropping in just one moment, and then we've got bib 1175, Strider Marska from the Big Mountain West Series dropping in after Keenan. All right, here comes Keenan. You can see him bopping and weaving as he pulls into the looker's left. Big drop. Air on the looker's right side wall to kick things off and run 2 for Keenan. Back-to-back on 1 and 2. Alley-oop left 180 on hit number 3. So pair of airs into some alley-oop spins. Alley-oop right 1 on hit 4. And winding up on 5 for alley-oop left 180. Now he's going for the left 360, reverting around to 540 as he makes his way to the looker's right wall. Nice spray on that wall into a left 3, and he'll finish the run off there, clapping the hands. That's Keenan Moore. Next drop, bib 1175, Strider Marska from the Big Mountain West Series. Strider will drop next, followed up by bib 1118, Miles Pugh out of the Southern California Series. Strider will be dropped 9 out of 25 here in the second run of the boys Grommet division. Once we burn through the second runs, we're going to wrap things up here at the pipe, and we'll get ready for awards later on this afternoon at the stage just after 4 p.m. Back to the action. Here we go. Strider rolling in for run 2. Strider getting run 2, started off with a good air and grab on the left side wall into alley-oop left 180 on hit 2. Air on hit number 3 for Strider. And an equally big one on 4, going a little higher on 5, generating some more speed as he continues through run number 2. Good pop on the looker's left wall as the sun comes out here, illuminates the pipe nicely. We can see all these tricks in Life HD, like a left 5. Oh, but taking it to the hip in the landing. Strider was feeling that sun. Solar-powered Strider makes some noise as he comes down to finish off run number 2. Next drop, bib 1118, Miles Pugh out of the Southern California Series. After Miles is done, we'll have bib 1186, Asa Ames out of Unbound Series. And we're on for run 2. Air on the right side wall for Miles on the first, and getting above, but getting a little hung up on the deck of the pipe as he comes back in. All right, he is back up, takes a licking and keeps on ticking. This is Miles Pugh finishing off run number 2. Pumping for some speed on the right wall and climbing high up on the left. Air on the right wall, and he's got maybe one more in here. Nice jib at the bottom, getting up to the lift. Make some noise for Miles Pugh. Next up is 1186, Asa Ames out of the Unbound Series with Holland Abraham on deck. Asa Ames dropping in bib 1186 on looker's right. It was a nice day before, but now it's really turning into a great day here at Copper Mountain. The healing rays of the sun illuminating the pipe as Asa gets back-to-back airs into a third on his second run. Leaning into the edge there on hit number 4, catching good air. And good airs on 5 and 6, shushing down the pipe, coming in switch on 7 for switch air back to regular. That's Asa Ames from the Unbound Series. Next to drop, bib 1127, Holland Abraham out of the Rocky Mountain Series, skiing with Team Summit. Holland dropping in next. Oh, man, are we going to break up these clouds today? That would be something special. Holland up next, and then we're going to throw it over to bib 1130, Ty Sundell from the Upper Midwest Snow Series. He is on deck to drop. All right, here we go. Run number 2 for Holland. Holland with a great drop. Nice air on the left side wall, right up by the lip of the pipe. Back-to-back on 1 and 2. And keeping it going on 3 for Holland Abraham out of the Rocky Mountain Series. Alley-oop left side 180 on the 4th hit and skating for some speed in the middle. Catching air on the left side wall and cruising across the flat to the right. Popping off the wall on that into a left 360. Coming out switch. For a switch alley-oop left 180. Coming down, that'll do it for Holland Abraham. Run number 2. Next up, bib 1130, Ty Sundell out of the Upper Midwest Snow Series, with the current leader, Stephen Knowles, on deck after Ty. All right, 1130, Ty dropping in for run 2 in the boys Grommet division. Ty cruising into an air on the right side wall, using the transition to get more speed into hit number 2, climbing a little higher on that second. Winding up on 3 for alley-oop left 180. And there's a left 360 coming in. Oh, I was going to say coming in switch on 5, but losing it in the flat. He's going to skate down, get a couple more hits in the pipe before we're all wrapped up. There's alley-oop left 1, and that will do it. Make some noise for Ty Sundell from the Upper Midwest Snow Series. Next drop, 1136, current leader Stephen Knowles from the Southern Vermont Series, supported by Forefront Skis, 686, and Look Bindings, 1136. Stephen currently sitting with an 86 1/4. We'll see if we can bump that up a little bit. He's in the lead by 4 points. Here we go. Nice air above the lip of the pipe on Looker's right. Back-to-back airs above the pipe on 1 and 2. Crossing the skis on 3 and hooking in a good grab for the judges into a left 540 on 4 for Steven. Right air after the 5. Back-to-back airs. We saw some more rotations in run 1. We'll see if he keeps them going in here for the second. There's a left 5 and a right 360. Make some noise for Stephen Knowles. Next up to drop, 1153, Lucan Glennon out of the Southern Vermont Series as well. Lucan next to drop with bib 1236, Teo Bergstrom from the Central Oregon Series on deck. But next up is 1153, Lucan for run number 2. Lucan is currently in 5th place. Needs to add about 10 points to the first run score to bust into the top 3 for medal. Word from the top is that Lucan's ready to go, and here he comes. You can see him aggressively skating into the Looker's left wall. Dropping a good down transition. And a great air above the lip of the pipe on 1, but getting G'd out in the bottom of the transition on the re-entry. Lucan going for it, putting it on the line for this second run here. He's going to get some more hits here. Left air into the right air, and winding up for a left 540. All right, put your hands together for Lucan Glennon. All right, we're in the latter half of drops for boys Grommet division. Next up is 1236, Teo Bergstrom out of the Central Oregon Series, skiing with MBSEF out there at Bend, Oregon, Mount Bachelor area. Here we go. We're off to the races on run number 2 for Teo. Teo starting things off with a slide into an alley-oop right 180 on hit 2. Good pop on hit 3 for an air on the right wall. And there's a left 360 on 4. Coming in on 5, switch. Switch alley-oop left 180. Keeping a switch into the next wall. Switch air to regular. Coming down to the bottom of the run. Right air, that'll do it. Teo Bergstrom out of the Central Oregon Series. Next to drop, bib 1103, Julian Alonso from the New Hampshire Series. Julian's going to be dropping next, and then we got bib 1147, Oliver Kofi out of the North Tahoe Series on deck. All right, peepers peeled for Julian dropping in just a moment on this second run in the boys' grommet. Here he comes. Julian Alonso out of the New Hampshire Series. And big air on the right wall for Julian on the first hit. Getting above the lip of the pipe. And going high on hit number 2 as well. Ooh, losing some edge on the third up transition. We will stick with run 1 for Julian, but he'll get some more action in the pipe before he's all wrapped up. There's an alley-oop left 1 and a left 360 coming down switch. Let's put our hands together for Julian Alonso out of the New Hampshire Series. All right, next to drop, 1147, Oliver Kofi out of the North Tahoe Series, currently sitting in third with an 80 even. Would only need to add 2.5 points to the score to bump Renzo out of second for the silver, and only 6.5 points to bump Steven out of the top spot. Steven has already taken his second run. Renzo has not. We're back to the action. Here we go. Air on the first wall, air on the second wall, both above the lip of the pipe for Oliver on hits 1 and 2 while the sun is shining out here at Copper Mountain. Great airs on 1, 2, and 3. Let's make it 4. Why not? And getting into some of the rotations. Alley-oop left 180. And alley-oop right 180 on 5 and 6. Alley-oop left 180 on 7. And coming down to maybe the last 3 or 4 hits. There's a left 540. Pumping the fist. He ain't done yet. Nice right air. There we go. That's Oliver Kofi. We'll see where that swings in with the score. In the meantime, we'll wait on bib 1182, Declan Christensen from the Unbound Series. We got a 2-pack of Unbound Series skiers with 1226, Joseph Maverick on his tail. Declan dropping in next, 1182. All right, we've seen this before. Oliver does improve on run number 1, but actually, you know what? They're still plugging in scores. I'm going to keep my lips zipped until this is unofficially confirmed by my judges. Back to the action. Declan's ready to drop on second run in the boys' grommet division. Here we go. Declan's on course. Starting things off with the air on the right wall. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2. We saw Declan earlier today with his first run, looking to improve during run 2. Good airs through the first 4 hits for Declan Christensen out of the Unbound Series. Keeping it moving on 5 and 6. Good control and good use of the skis as he's climbing real high on that 7th hit. It ain't easy to get up this monster of a pipe, but Declan's doing just great in run number 2. Right air to cap things off. That'll do it. Declan Christensen. Next up to drop is going to be Joseph Maverick, bib 1226 from the Unbound Series as well. On deck after Joseph is going to be Micah Rodarte from North Tahoe Series. We are working our way through the second drops. 6 more in the boys' Grommet division before we throw it back to the Masters and Kahunas. And we're off for Joseph Maverick. Joe with an air on the looker's left wall on the first hit. Alley-oop 180 on hit number 2. Follow-up air on hit 3 for Joe. And a nice air on the fourth wall. Joseph looking to climb up the leaderboard the way he's climbing up the walls of the 22-foot transition here at Copper Mountain. I'll tell you what, the Unbound Series producing a lot of great skiers that are in wonderful control out here. I'm really excited to see as these skiers continue to progress. That's Joseph Maverick, 12:26. Excited to see these folks out here at Nationals, hopefully next year and for many more years to come. Next to drop, bib 1116, Micah Rodarte out of the North Tahoe Series, skiing with the North Star Team Foundation. 2 North Tahoe Series skiers coming up. Race Roizen dropping in next, but here comes Micah for the second run. Micah with lots of speed. Big air on the looker's left. Winding up on 2 for a right 360 revert around to 5 and pulling for speed into a left air. Popping an air on hit number 4, getting one of the skis above the lip of the pipe, and a good air on looker's left wall to follow it up. There's the first invert we've seen of the day. Nice flare there by Micah. He had that one up his sleeve. I didn't see him throw it in practice or in run number 1, so he's really pulling out the stops here in run number 2 to see if he can climb his way up. Next to drop, bib 1115, Race Roizen out of the North Tahoe Series. Supported by Vacaville Christian Schools, Elite Feet, and the resort at Squaw Creek. 1115, Race dropping in next. I'm keeping my eyes on the leaderboard to see if we see any shakeups. Current leaderboard is Stephen Knowles in first, Renzo Singer in second, Oliver Kofi in third, Sean Sullivan in fourth, and Luca Glennon in fifth. I'm going to be rapidly refreshing liveheats.com/USASA up here in the booth. Again, once we get these scores knocked out in the booth, we're going to be looking for 11:15, Race Roizen.
Third place, 81.75.
All right, big shakeup in the top 3. We now have Micah in third with an 81.75. We'll see if another North Tahoe Series skier, Race, can say something about that as he drops in right now for run number 2. We got 4 drops left, including Race. We'll see how they shake out. Air on the looker's left wall on the first hit. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2 for Race. Good grab on hit 3. And keeping it flowing through hit number 4 at past the midway point. Race is putting his name, living up to the name right now, flying through the pipe. And watch out for the media. That's Race Roizen, 11:15. Keeping you on your toes over there. All right, 3 drops left. Next to drop is going to be bib 1155, Easton Aki out of the Grand Canyon Series. Supported by Ski Haas and Mom and Dad. Easton 1155 dropping in next. Here we go. Big drop. He went all the way up to the deck on that one and popping out on the first hit. Back-to-back airs on 1 and 2 for Easton. Alley-oop left 180 on the third one. Nice pop on hit number 4. Easton again coming from the Grand Canyon Series. Winding up for a left 360. Coming in, switch, pump back to regular. And there's a left 3, shushed around to 5 in the flats for Easton. Good air on looker's right wall, and alley-oop right side 180 on the following. Alley-oop left 180, so back-to-back alley-oop combo. Keeping it going. That's a 3-pack of alley-oop rotations. Let's make some noise for Easton. Next drop is going to be 1134, Renzo Singer out of the Unbound Series. Renzo currently sitting in second place, only chasing Stephen Knowles by about 4 points. So he put up an 82.25 in run 1. Nowhere to go but up right now. We got one more drop from Baton Bartha after Renzo comes through. So Renzo and Stephen are guaranteed a medal today. Micah on the bubble, but it's got a good score. Here comes Renzo for the second run. Renzo starting things off with the air, lookers left. Popping high up on the right side wall for hit 2, winding up on 3 for a left 360. Switch stance on 4 for a switch right 360. Good start to the run in the first 4 hits. Air on 5 and getting more speed as he comes into 6. Back-to-back airs on 5 and 6 for Renzo. And mixing up a grab on 7. Keeping it flowing through hit 8. And a left 540 on 9. And a right 360 on 10. That is Renzo Singer. Next to drop and last to drop in the boys' Grommet division, bib 1139, Baton Bartha from Aspen Snowmass Series. Currently sitting in 7th with the 69 even. All right, we do have a shakeup in the leaderboard. I'll get back to you about that in a second. I want to see this last drop from Mr. Bartha.
I'm very glad that happened because the second place kid was so fucking boring to watch.
All right, here we go. Bartha on course. Getting things rolling in run number 2 with a big lofty air on the right side wall. Going huge on the first 2 hits. There's alley-oop left 3. And a switch pump back to regular for Baton. Alley-oop left 5, putting it down and pulling for some speed into the opposite wall. And alley-oop left 360 to cap things off. Make some noise for Baton Bartha.
Just did a bunch of left spins.
All right, we're not done with the action yet. We've got men's master and men's kahuna coming up next. I am keeping my eyes on the scores as they come in. Next to drop is going to be Edward Herrera, bib 1156, men's master division from the Southwest Freeride Series. good? Confirm? All right, we're going to see Edward Herrera drop in 1 second, but I'm going to give you all an update on the leaderboard for the boys Grommet in reverse order. We had 5th place Baton, 4th place Oliver, 3rd place Micah, 2nd place Steven, and 1st place Renzo Singer. That is going to be your top 5 for the boys Grommet division. We are watching a victory lap right now, courtesy of Edward Herrera on course from the Southwest Freeride Series. Climbing real high up on the wall, flirting with the lip there.
You're telling me, my guy.
Edward Herrera cruising through run number 2. Getting high up on the walls of the 22, grabbing the lip. I'll go as far as to call it a hand plant. Why not? That's Edward Herrera, run number 2 in the men's master division. And we're going to move on to the final. This is wild to say. The final drop for the men's Kahuna. The final drop for the action here at day 4. The final drop for Ski Week. And the final drop for USASA Nationals 2022 is about to happen right now. Towing us in to the promised land, Toby Mason from the South Tahoe Series. Bib 1204 in the men's Kahuna.
I wish this guy would do tricks so I could just go ape shit right now, but it's going to be like just carving on the walls.
We're going to get about a half an hour wind hold right now before we get last. Just kidding, just kidding. And he's off. Here comes Toby. Toby Mason. using the edges of both of those skis to climb high up on the walls. We're going to see him up on the podium a little later on today. And we'll see if we can get some folks to come in and mix it up with Toby next year in the men's Kahuna division. Nice pump to fakie down to the bottom in a spin. Toby Mason. That is going to wrap it up for us here in the booth on day 4 of USASA Ski Week. Thank you. Thanks to everyone for coming out. I say it all the time, but if it wasn't for y'all, this event would be pretty dull. They'd be like, why are those 5 guys and that one guy with the microphone sitting in a tent at the bottom of the pipe? That's strange. I've had a blast this week. I hope you have too. The action isn't done yet. We're going to have awards shortly after 4 o'clock. Also live streaming on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. But we're going to put a pin in it, stick a fork in it, wrap it up, call it good. That's Ski Week 2022. We'll see you back here next year at Copper for more action for USASA Nationals. Until then, ta-ta, farewell. Talk to you later. Au revoir.
Ready for our 31st? This is the 13th year here at Copper. Great host, 31st.
Open rail jam skiing going down tonight. Let's get it.